Back to the stream where we are trying to 100% Stationeers. Last time, let's hop in here. Oh, whoops. Hold on, I just accidentally hotkeyed out of the wrong thing. There we go. Last time we were playing, we built storage and moved into our new pressurized workshop. We took down our starter shack, and we started working towards building our hot shower. And because it was something that everybody was saying that I needed to get on, we decided that for the lulz and for the first maiden voyage of taking a shower in 57 days on Mars, we're putting the shower in the dead center of the room. And it's gonna be weird, but that's what we're doing. I haven't finished setting it up yet. I doubt this is the most I know for a fact it's not the most optimal way to do it, but I'm doing it to appease the masses. Let's throw back up the to-do list here. So after we do the shower, I might want to come up with a more permanent location for it. And then as well, I want to start working towards the advanced furnace, because that is a pretty significant process. And it would be nice to kind of have some of the stuff in addition to having the advanced furnace and the niceness of that. Just the systems that are used to create like an automated advanced furnace. We'll have nitrogen as like our coolant, but nitrogen also goes into our jetpack, and nitrogen is also used if it's cold nitrogen, is also really good for plumbing into your fridge to keep your food and stuff going. So the systems associated with the advanced furnace are beneficial in the long run for many projects. And then I obviously need to expand my power. Power has not yet been a huge problem, but we want to make sure that continues to be the case, not having a huge problem. So that is the plan. We'll see how much of that we actually get to today. I'm going to pull up stream on my phone because my computer has been having some issues with yeah. Let's see who is here today. Say hello. I'm seeing a very long name. I'm just gonna say yeah, man, I don't even know how to say your name. Your username or your thumbnail looks like a turnip or an onion. We have Anon No Pleb. We have Molly D144. We have TNT Craft 56. Hello, everyone. Let's get back into it. Today is gonna be a good day. I can tell. But you know what is not going to be a good day? This weekend and potentially next week. Actually, let me, before I get into it. So next Tuesday, so I've been wanting to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays for streaming. Next Tuesday, I won't be able to stream because I'm actually doing a project with Preds and Rick. They asked me if I wanted to be a part of something, and so we had kind of been working on setting a date for this for a while before I started doing Stationeers. But if you are in the U.S., you may know that there is a crazy storm hitting the East Coast, and is kind of already started hitting several places. There is a more than likely chance that we're going to lose power, and I don't know how long that power will be lost for. So there's also a chance that I am not streaming on Monday. There may even be a chance that I'm not streaming on Thursday because of this storm. They say it's supposed to be pretty wild. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully everybody can stay safe and warm. But with that, we will get into it, and I'll keep people updated. Um, yeah, about the stream next week. Okay, getting into it now. Let's. I'm gonna put this here again. I'm currently not taking advice on this dumb shower. It is dumb, and it's going to remain dumb. I'm setting it up so that way we can get the benefits of it once, and then we can move it to a better place. It'll go to a better place. Yeah, we're just gonna take it up that wall. What are we working on today? Well, first thing we're working on is this really silly looking shower. This is not its permanent location. I think after that, I think the big thing today that I want to kind of work towards is setting up our advanced furnace. Because there's a lot of benefit that we get from having that done. Alright. Yeah, anyone else East Coasters a little worried about this whole storm situation? It's funny, like, because I feel like where I'm at, I don't really get, like, tons and tons of snow. Like, it'll snow for a little bit, but it never really, like, sticks around. But whenever I hear, like, oh, it's gonna snow this weekend and everything else, and everybody, like, rushes to the grocery store and clears out the shelves and stuff, that's happened enough times to where I'm like, we'll see. But right now it seems like, yeah, this one definitely seems like it's going to be needing to be taken a little bit more seriously. I'm not super concerned, like, safety wise. I think we'll be all right. It mainly just comes down to if you lose power, how to, like, stay warm. But if we lose power, then my wife and I will probably go somewhere that has a generator. Well, if we lose power for long enough. Oh, I don't need to do that right now. Focus on one thing at a time. I'm Midwest. All the storms sound like that. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Is like, and the funny thing is, I grew up in Florida where hurricane season was a thing, and we would just get bombarded by hurricanes like every year. And so the whole, like, panic about storms, admittedly, I may be a little too desensitized to it, where I just kind of don't put any stock into it. Because when I was a teenager, and by the however many years of hurricanes was going on, when I would hear that we're getting a hurricane in the area, as long as it wasn't, like, a category 4 or category 5, what that sounded like to me, I was like, oh, okay, so if it's gonna hit in 5 days, that means I can go surfing up in, like, for the next 3 days. Which isn't necessarily the wisest thing in the world, and definitely not something I recommend to youngsters. But when you're young and a dumb teenager, that is how it goes. Okay, we have our pipe network just so poorly plumbed down to our shower. I'm in France, so just rain for the moment. I Uh, I've I've visited Paris once, um, but I am not super familiar with like the like what am I trying to say? The climate over in France. Like I never really have thought about because like in the U.S. right, like we think about the Midwest, we think about like the Northwest and like Seattle area where it rains a lot and it's pretty kind of cold. Um, uh, I don't. I guess in my brain I don't really have like the region um, climate in my mind. Uh, when the farmer's almanac gets the old folks worried, that's when you get worried. Ah, why not insulated pipes? Because this is the most temporary of temporary. Ooh, hot shower. Yes, yes. I did even put the heating thing on there specifically for you. Um, I need to plug that in, which we will do right now. And we'll get this going. It's gonna be weird, but let's get weird together. It's a weird sentence. I I feel like I already know the answer to this question, but there is a part of me that's just like, would you immediately die in this game if you, instead of hooking water up to this system, you hooked up liquid nitrogen? And it's, I mean, definitely sounds like that would be a yes. Where is there not an on switch to that? Wait, how do I don't have to use logic to flip it on, do I? No, it has a switch. I put it the wrong way. Cool, 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 cool. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay. And again, it's in Celsius. It's not in what did somebody say the other day? It's not in burgers to eagles ratio. It's not in Fahrenheit. But I'm pretty sure like 20 C is pretty warm, right? Or is that room temperature warm? Why is it not heating up? Should I is it because it's taking in more liquid? Should I turn that off? There we go. That's why. Well, it's only got half a liter of water in here, so I might need to actually put a pump. I don't. I mean that wouldn't do it for an actual shower, but I don't know how much this needs. Does it say in the thing? Shower. Does it tell me how much it needs in order to give me the buff? Oh. Uh do I really am I really going to take the time to build myself up? I guess I will. Okay, well, we're gonna need a well, not a fluid pump. We're gonna need a different pump. Whatever, I'll do it. I'll do it. You want 37 for body temp. Got it. All right, let's take that out. Put a pump in. This is so dumb. No, it's not dumb. You know what? If I was on Mars, I could not tell you the benefit of having a warm shower. So I need to think in terms of that. I do not know how many liters I would need though. I've never measured my. Ooh, that's super hot now. Okay. Well, we're about to pump in some cold liquid. Eek pump before the valve. I guess fair enough. It's temporary. It's temporary. I'm not going to change it right now. I'm literally going to tear all of this down in a second. As long as I don't have that closed, it'll be fine. Okay. Okay, we got 23 liters. We're at 17C. We need to get to 37. Yeah, because now this functionally does what that does, right? So let's warm it up. $38 to $40 is a hot shower range, though IDK if the game reflects that. I don't know if the game actually makes a distinction on whether or not you just took a shower or took a hot shower. I guess we're about to find out. Mm-hmm. I guess we're just waiting at this point. Yeah, it's going much slower now based on the amount of liquid that we have in the system. So it's going to take a minute. While we wait, let's grab a liquid the liquid drain is for, does it do both input and output, or is it just to pull stuff in? Because I need to have the polluted water come out, and I just want to dump it out right here. I guess I could just do a passive liquid drain. You'll see if you're burning or not. What is it? Man, I am forgetting stuff right now. It's not even been that long since I played last. My brain right now. It's the shower, man. I might want to have the pill nearby just in case I burn myself. You got it. We'll put the pill right there. I'm gonna need to go get harvest some more potatoes. Okay. The I think I didn't I take down the pipes over there? We had pipes that were over here. And I'm pretty sure I removed them, so shouldn't I have the passive liquid drain somewhere in my stores of stuff? It's not pipe utility, is it? What am I thinking, man? Passive liquid drain. Liquid drain. Okay, yeah. I don't know what's happening, man. It's not in here, is it? Nope. We're just gonna print a new one. I had some. I don't know where they went. Let's see how our water's doing. 22. Okay. We have our spacesuit on still, so let's lock it. Ooh, you know what else we have to do? And I didn't even put it on the list, and it probably should be pretty high on the list. I took out our oxygen tank refill, so we need our O2 refill, which will also act as our we're just gonna have a big tank of oxygen, and that will also go into making our fuel. But that is the first tank that I need to make, so that way we can refill our oxygen tanks. Because yeah, we have an okay amount right now, but it won't last forever. Okay, I am going to go around outside through the air vent, or excuse me, airlock, rather than open the one with the crowbar and go through that. Let's go around outside. Oh, dang it. I need more pipes. And it seems that I didn't bring any with me. Let's head back down.
Jetpack low.
And let's grab some pipes. And we will go back. No, water is precious. Water is precious, but it ain't that precious. Again, I will make a water recycler later, but we have too many other important things right now that I'm not going to spend the time to do that. What? Why can't I put the passive liquid drain on the liquid pipe? Am I crazy? Is it supposed to be that the passive liquid drain is only for... Okay, well I guess we can do... That's an active liquid outlet. This is passive inlet. Really? That's dumb. Okay, well, again, temporary solutions. for specifically the shower. This was mostly like because it's really not high on the priority list. Like we're just doing it because it's been on the list for long enough that it warrants just getting it out of the way. But this is not crucial to the survival of this character, and so we are just getting it done right now. All right, how are we doing on our? We are at 26C. Didn't we say that our temperature for a nice hot shower is 38? That seems like it's gonna take a minute. Oh well. All right. You guys aren't pulling my chain about the temperature, are you? Is this something that I'm gonna need to look up? Yeah, passive liquid drains are for gas pipes. Yeah, that's a bummer. Am I gonna need to pump water for this to work? I guess I didn't really think about that because there is a shower and then there's a powered shower. So what does the powered one do? Excuse me. When using the shower power, if it outputs water, dump it.
Waste tank caution.
It doesn't say. While we're inside, since I don't have my oxygen refill, let's make sure that we take that off for now. Yeah, it doesn't say. I think everything from 0 to 50 should be fine for Stationeers. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Yeah, I think we might just do what we. Yeah, I don't know if I want to wait around for this to get to that because I have other stuff I want to do. So yeah, we'll just take a lukewarm shower. Yeah, we're just gonna take a lukewarm shower, or potentially cold shower. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready for this? For this nice shower we're about to take, and find out if I needed to have a pump on this, or power it. Measure volume before and after. Oh, that's a good idea. Where's my... Oh, there it is. So right now, our volume, we have 22.3 liters. So I'm going to write that down. 22.3 liters before shower. Okay. Let's do this. Wow, I got that buff immediately. Refreshed. Hygiene is 133%. Movement speed increase. Tool speed increase. If that gave me a you don't have to drink water as much increase, then that would have been the greatest buff in the game. Because the frequency with which the character needs to drink water is ridiculous at Stationeer level difficulty. All right, let's. I probably left it on longer than I needed to. It gave me that buff instantly, and we used. So we started at 22.3. We're now at 21.8. Fractions. So what? We use like 0.5? Yeah, we used half a liter. Hygiene can get to 150. Oh, I didn't know that. Should we? I mean, we used half a liter. Do we want to keep going? Let's see. Oh, yep. It seems like it does get to 150. Okay. So now we are at 21.2. So now we used 1 liter. All right. Well, that's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. All right. Now that this is done, this is off my to-do list. I have done the thing. We are going to check off the hot shower, and now I'm gonna go build myself a rebuild the O2 tank. I assume then it takes more water if you are super stinky. I don't know. That is a good question. Oh, also for the Stationeers experts out there, anyone know? I have not yet found a. I haven't found yet like a definitive answer for the year on the planet, because for 3 of the achievements, you need to survive an entire year on one of the planets. Like, I think it's Moon, Mars, and Europa. But I don't know if the years, like the time for a year changes based on what planet you're on, because that does sound like something Stationeers would do, or if it's just the 20-minute day. And I think there's 120 days. Forget which planet it was that was like 120 days. Because I've been debating going through the. Let me see. If I open up my handy dandy. That was scary. If I open up my handy dandy achievement spreadsheet here. Oh, goodness. Come on, man. There we go. Let's bring this over. You have a character survive a full year on the Moon, Mars, and Europa. My thought is that these achievements are here. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you exactly what my thoughts are, and then we can discuss as we continue. My thought is this: the all of the achievements that are like active, right? Like craft a nuclear battery. That is actively something that you are doing. Smelt certain things. Microwave a muffin. Have a potato plant die. Burn a cable. Like, all of these things are active stuff that you're working towards. The one that's like survive a full year on the planet, at a certain point, when you have your systems all established, you have your fuel, you're launching rockets, you're doing all of the things. If at that point you don't have, if you've built a self-sufficient base faster than a full in-game year, for me, waiting around to just get that kind of sucks. I would much rather like move on from Mars to the Moon to start doing more new things rather than just wait around. And that especially brings up the point that when you get a cryopod. If you build yourself a cryopod or even a bed, the bed does the same thing, but the cryopod makes more sense in my mind. If you build a cryopod, you have complete metabolic suspension, and your character regenerates tissues and organs. So if you just hop in a cryopod, you don't even have to maintain your base. You could disassemble your entire base except for a tank with liquid nitrogen and power, and you could stay and survive for a year on the planet passively. Like I could just leave my computer running and let the day counter go and then do that. And so when I'm thinking about like trying to get the 100% thing, and I think about just being able to sit in a cryo tube for 90 days, there's a part of me that's like, okay, so maybe if I have a certain set of achievements that I'm trying to accomplish on each of the planets, once I beat those and then I set up a cryo tube, I might just use commands to fast forward the time frame while I'm in the cryopod, and then we can get the survive a year achievement. That's kind of where I'm at right now, thinking about this, because otherwise, again, I haven't found a solid answer online, but what it sounds like currently is it would take you like 120 plus hours to get those achievements. And I don't know if I want to just wait for no reason. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna open up these windows because it's getting hot in here. I am interested to hear how other people feel. Okay. Let us continue. Let's put our suit back on. And yeah, we want to go do the O2 refill. So let's think about this. We should have an insulated tank right there. That's not going to be for the O2. Do we have another ice crusher? Let's get a second insulated tank, because if we're going to use oxite, we should also just set up our nitrogen tank. Goodness, man. I keep getting these like weird little glitches. Is the stream running okay? It is difficult to tell. Okay, so this is going to be nitrogen. Yeah, that's nitrogen. This is oxygen. We're going to need, I'm pretty sure we have an okay amount of pipes. Okay, looks good to you. That's good to hear. Let's take the atmospheric so we can filter the nitrogen. Okay, so it's gonna go ice crusher, and then it's going to go to
Waste tank caution. Jetpack low.
How about now? Are we better now? Okay. I don't know what that was about. Weird. All right. What I was saying was, I don't know how long ago I lost you, is we're going to have these tanks, one for oxygen, one for nitrogen. We have, obviously, the pipes. We're going to make an ice crusher. The ice crusher is going to go into the atmospherics filter out the oxygen to one tank, the nitrogen to the other tank. I guess, I won't really need it because that's the only two. Does it? I guess I'll just bring this just in case. I don't think I'll need an output pipe because all of it is just going to be. No, I do need that. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no, I don't. Whoa. No, I don't. But I get what's happening. All right, and then, yeah, ice crusher. Gremlins. Is this going to be on your video? Am I going to make this into a video? That is the intention. It will be a much more abbreviated version. But yes, the idea as it stands right now is I'd like to play games on stream, just hang out, and then turn them into videos. All right. So we have the ice crusher. I will probably also want some paint. We'll do white for oxygen. We will do, according to this, if we're like basing it off the filters, the nitrogen is black, but I don't have as many colors as the thing. But yeah, we'll do it that way. So I need to go print from the tool maker. Black paint. Where is my iron? There we go. All right. I should put a chute right there so it comes out towards me. Okay, and I believe that will that'll do it. So let's head up to our spot and pick out a place for it. Yeah. Green for nitrogen, maybe, since that's your propellant gas. That was a hard word to say. Okay, why are we struggling so much with power right now? Oh, is it because I left the pipe heater on? One moment. Is the pipe heater really that much of a power draw? Let's see how warm this water is now. 40, which is, didn't we say that's about what we wanted it to be anyway? It's on the hotter side of a nice shower. I also... Alright, we have those two, but I'm probably going to want to hook up this this water bottle filler as well. Let's also fill up my potato meter. So many things to do all the time. Okay. Where, oh where do I want to put these tanks? I might actually just go grab some more steel frames and kind of build out and expand this platform a little bit, because I do want some distance. And I think we're gonna have these pipes enclosed, or excuse me, these tanks enclosed, because from what I understand, everything still takes damage. The insulated tanks, from what I read, still take damage, despite their higher health than the normal tanks. I see now why we were having issues here. We had a storm hit that I didn't repair these guys from. Get these guys set back up. I imagine some people are saying you just need to enclose these. That is the plan. It's on the list today. Is to enclose these. It's just not what we're working on right this current moment, because oxygen is more important. Alright, let's go get some more let's go get some more steel sheets, or excuse me, steel frames.
Jetpack low.
With a big base, vacuum it out, melt 5 volatile and 45 nitrice, set it on fire to get a nice 3000 degrees Celsius interior, then melt several stacks of oxide instantly. That's that is an epic hack for sure. Not something that I am going to be attempting on my playthrough right now. But for those braver than me, you can set your base on fire, and then you will melt oxide instantly. Yeah. I think I am also going to need some backup coal here for our backup generator. And then I should have some steel frames here. Let's go get a few more. Steel frames. Don't enclose them. No, I think I will. I feel like today more than most days the consensus is let's try to blow stuff up. I uh I am actively attempting not to blow things up because that happens to me all the time without trying. Okay. Oh, I'm not even using the stacker for its intended purpose. Okay. So, out of curiosity, how many people also play Space Engineers in here, or is this? I feel like a lot of the people that usually stop by my streams are also Stationeer or Space Engineers people, but I'm curious if the Stationeers stream has drawn a different crowd. We didn't have a boom last stream. That's true. We didn't have a boom last stream, and I am happy about it. I feel like when there's not a boom, then I'm doing a better job. Currently more on SE. Are you doing mostly SE1 or are you doing SE2? That should be okay for now. I'm actually pretty sure I also have more steel sheets. I just didn't. Oh yeah, I have tons of steel sheets. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Okay, now we will go outside and start working on this because I'll lay out a better foundation here. Do I have my drill in here? I do not. That might be something handy to have. Oh, whoops. My drill is probably in here. My suit power is low. All right. I didn't buy SE2 yet. Does not look too interesting at the moment. Yeah, I can understand that. I think it is still pretty early. I want to be more into it than I am. Like I feel like the stuff that they are working towards is really cool. But yeah, so far in what I have played, I have yet to be able to get that feeling of like really wanting to sink my teeth into it. Man, every battery that I have is empty.
Jetpack low.
What about my? Yeah, that one's fine. All right. It would probably make sense. You know what? Let's just do that right now because I am going to regret it if I don't. I have a battery charger right here. Let's just set that up. I don't love having the battery charger on this side of my APC here, but I'm what's the motto, everyone? Temporary solutions. All right. Let's grab that guy. That guy. I guess that's a good point. I could put it in my airlock. And that's where I had my charger beforehand. I like that suggestion. I appreciate that shout. Yeah, I didn't want this anyway. I didn't like you anyway. Okay. Let's grab the power thing. And doing it that way, also, I can, if I have the space for it, which currently is not looking like the case. I'm regretting some of my life choices here. I don't know. Let's try it. Let's try. I mean, worst case scenario, I just run it to the blue, but I'd like to get it to the red. But I don't know if I can run a, oh, I can run a corner around the pipe. Sweet. Cool. All right, let's go grab the batteries. So we got this guy and this guy. Other issues I have with SE, I have no idea how to make a script for anything versus MIPS. That's a fair point. I think I haven't really messed with scripting in SE either. I would like to, but you're right. I think while MIPS is a weird in between, where it is complicated because it is. I don't know. For me, sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to wrap my head around MIPS because of the way that the logic is read. It's like store. What is somebody put it in a pretty concise way. Last stream, I think it was Colin actually, wasn't it? Or somebody said it's like store the value in A from B, like modified by C, and that's like kind of how the logic reads. But in my brain, it like A should be the lookup. I don't know. Not really doing a great job describing it, so I think I'll graciously bow out of this sentence here. but yes, I think Space Engineers, it's not it's so open. So like the people who are really good at like programming and kind of know exactly how they want to do stuff can do it. But yeah, I think that there's not quite as much like in-game elements that like kind of push you towards that, I suppose. Right? Because in Stationeers, you have like that, your logic housing, and you have like you even have stuff where if you don't want to get into MIPS, you can just do like the pre-made circuits that they have, and those are fine. But if you want to do like more cool, complicated stuff, but Space Engineers doesn't really have that same kind of those same kind of devices. But I mean, you can do a lot with logic in the sense that like with the new I guess I'm wrong. They're not even new anymore, dude. The event controllers do kind of give you a little bit more control and like lean into that direction. And then if you're talking about like, making articulating pieces, right? Because most of the time when you're trying to do stuff, unless you're trying to set up a custom display, which people do, and I think it's super awesome. But most of the time, scripts are kind of like, how do I automatically run my mine, right? That is not something that is super easy. Where did my arc welder go? Did I just leave it down there? I might have left it down there. I love the event controller so much. Yeah, it was definitely a big ad. Like, I think that was... There's my arc welder. I think that was a really, really nice addition. I mean, actually, to be honest with you, now that I'm thinking about it, with the event controller and the timer blocks, I think that you actually can do a lot similar to what Stationeers offers you without having to script. I think script is for like power users, like really advanced stuff. But with the event controller and with timer blocks, I think I was wrong in what I said earlier about Space Engineers not having a lot of like in-game stuff to do that. Because if you watch Engineered Coffee for Space Engineers, his stuff is like, the stuff he builds is so cool. Like he has in his Mars survival, it was a while ago, but he's built a tool switching system. Or if you watched any of like, what is it, Black Armory or Black Armor or something? He builds like mechs. But if you watch any of Engineered Coffee stuff, like he has a thing where he can go and land in his on this landing pad, and it like flips up these heat shields and then goes back down. And then he'll also have like for his utility ships, he'll land in a spot and then he'll have an arm go connect to the tool head, disconnect it, go and put it on a storage on the wall, and then pick up a different, like switch it out from a grinder to a welder, which is so rad. And then he also has, I think he has like a warehouse where it does similar kind of thing where he will drive his truck in, and then it will take the cargo container off the back of the truck, and then it will like sort it and put it onto the base, and then grab another cargo container and bring it and slot it onto the truck. So yeah, I think that you can do a lot with those two things without even having to get into scripting. But I will agree that just generally speaking, scripting in Space Engineers is a lot. Because you're functionally like modding at that point. Your scripts is you're making a mod. I used it for automated mining, and I realized a massive issue I didn't notice last time with only timer blocks. The drill would keep drilling when the cargo is full, destroying the ice rather than storing it. But that's something that you can set up with your event controller to where when a cargo container is full, you can turn off your drill. Okay. Now that we have a spot here, this is empty, right? Low pressure. Well, I'll keep that there for the time being.
Hydration critical.
Because I'm gonna be sad if I want to go out and mine and then it's not available. So let's set up Yeah, it's gonna require a lot of pipes later on, but because we're gonna want to have the pipes be able to go down into the base. But again, I am pretty set on not having these tanks right up next to my whole pressurized location. So, oops. I think I'd rather give myself a little bit more room to work here. So we'll just give ourselves 2 between. Nope. Looking at it on the ground makes me mad. I'm gonna give it a full block between. So let's go like that.
Hunger caution.
Or at least that, a half block. So 1, middle, 1, there we go. And let's set this one to be nitrogen. This one is going to be oxygen. And then let's set up a okay, let's go sort out the water and food situation and then come back up. I think I'm actually going to flip them back around and put the ice crusher on the other side, so that way it's kind of out of the way of that main area. All right, open. Let's drink some water. The amount of time Engineered Coffee must spend on setting up those massive walls of dozens of timers and ECs must be insane, though. Yes, and yes. Yes, and yes. That's all I can say. I think his brain just works on a. I mean, I think he's also an engineer in real life. I think like he designs those systems for real world factories. I think he said in one of his videos. So he's kind of at home with how all that stuff works. But yeah, I can't even imagine the amount of time that he spends on setting all that stuff up. Yeah, let's. Yeah, we'll come back for the filters in a second. Yes, but that was before update existed. It was a setup I did before Warfare 2. Ah, I see. Hmm. No, I do think I'm just gonna leave it front facing for now. That's fine. This isn't meant to be a super temporary system, so I am gonna try to take some care in doing this. Let's see. So if I I really wish that I could have a mirrored version of stuff. Why is it doing it that way? Okay. Now let's set it up. Man, this is causing some issues here. Because I want to be able to get access to, like, easy access to the thing. I guess this is just the best I'm going to get right now. Unless I wanted to do, like, multi-level kind of construction, but I don't really want to do that right now. Okay, so there is our filter. So we're gonna have the, let's see, this is the filtered. So we're gonna have an oxygen filter, just bring it in there. Yeah, and then just have this go out here, and this will be the unfiltered nitrogen. We'll just go into here. And I think that because I want the nitrogen to be cool for both cooling the furnace in the future, and stuff, I'll put radiators there, so we can keep the nitrogen cold. Let's paint this. And let's paint this. All right, and then we are going to make the ice crusher. Did I leave that behind? No, they're right here. Ice crusher. Let's think about cabling here. We'll put the ice crusher right there. I don't love that. And we want to have access to that port in the future, so I probably don't want to, the cable port. Let's just set it up like this. And then I can have some chutes come out, so that way I can just plop it in right here, and we'll have a little bit of a buffer. We'll have a few inside of the system. What does an ice crusher want to construct? A welding torch and iron sheets. Welding torch. My iron sheets are downstairs. I saw in the workshop there's a mod for mirror devices. Haven't used it myself, but it might be worth taking a look into. That very well might be worth taking a look, because yes, not being able to swap the inputs on some of these machines is a little limiting for kind of no reason. And I don't think it would be difficult for the devs to add that in, because if you just is it not as simple as I guess maybe you would have to model it differently. Well, I mean, but if you just swap which ones are the import or which ones are the inlet and the outlet with logic, like I don't think that you would have to actually remodel the piece. I don't know. I do not know. All right, let's weld that up. Get some cables. And then let's I know we're going to get nitrogen out of this as well, but I'll paint it white so I remember that this is supposed to be for oxygen. Then let's take, that's liquid, this is gas. There we go. Okay. So this is where we'll put our oxide. It'll go into here. I need to go get my O2 filters, and I think I smelted silver, so I can make medium filters. So that way they'll just last longer. I don't know if that's overkill for this machine, but that's what we're gonna do. Let's set up these cables. Oh, don't tell me I put it too close. I did. I put it too close. Well, dang, dude. I guess we'll move it out. Not much else I can do about it. And a hand drill. Okay, let's try that again. All right, let's put that there. This here, 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 and like that. Put the radiators back on. And a screwdriver. Like that. Okay. And like that. All right. And also I'm going to need my utility kit to do a bottle refill. And I think this time I will also make a pressure pump so that way it will fill up but won't overfill my tank so we don't get, explosions. Because so far the explosions that we've gotten were both because of my air filler. Might as well hook up the logic for this. Can't go through the radiator. Another mod that I have definitely considered doing is the Zoop mod, because that just is so nice. But I have yet to determine in my heart whether or not that would be a mod that that reduces or changes the challenge of the game, because the tactile manual experience of the game is part of it, and so the Zoop mod, while extremely quality of life, same thing with the mod that makes it so you can spray paint a whole network at one time. It's like, if you think about it, that makes it so you can, with your spray paint can, will go a lot farther. Yeah, so I'm still wrestling around with that one in my head. Okay, so we have power to this system. Let me go get some O2 filters and a tank utility for filling up our tank and a pressure pump. So I think I already have a tank utility here. Let's put our sheets back. I don't think I need my coal right now, so we'll just keep the pipes. Got my tank utilities. There's a volume pump, but I'd prefer. Didn't we determine that there's a volume pump and then there's another one that will do pressure specifically? This is pump gas into a liquid pipe in order to raise the pressure. Yeah, I think that's the one, right? Pumps gas into a liquid pipe. That's not what I want. I don't love that the volume pump works. It doesn't work off of pressure. Anyone got some sage advice for me when it comes to wanting to do, unless I would prefer not to have to make like a pressure sensor and then make it so the pump turns off with code. But if that's what we need to do, that's what we need to do, I suppose. You know what? Now that I'm saying that out loud, I think that is just what we're gonna do, because I am gonna need to set up IC housing and stuff anyway when I want to do like furnace controls and fuel ratio. So I should just not be scared of it. So and doing it the right way, not the fast way, will make it less likely for explosions. So let's get an IC housing, steel and solder. That's silver. Where's my steel? You have steel, sir. We wanted filters out of this guy though, so let's get our oxygen filters. Medium oxygen filter. There's somewhere else I can steal from. Yeah, we'll steal from here. Oh, we're doing 10. That's not what I want. Let's do 50. Forgot I was still purging. Okay. 10, 10, 10, and 10. Let's just throw... That's iron. Throw some iron back in there. Actually, let's just put what we're not using right now in an available, easily accessible... Ooh, how many of those did I make? 4. Okay. Did not mean to do that. I should have paid more attention. That's fine. All right, steel is going into this. Steel and solder. Let's make a IC housing. I'm just gonna put that 5 in there, and then we have silicon. Throw that right there. All right, we're gonna do it the proper way. Although I don't know what my oxygen tank is at right now, I might have to do it the improper way first. Although I could just, as a temporary solution, set up something that'll just pull oxygen out of here really quick. But let's see where we're at. I think I can get it done maybe before we run out. Okay, IC10. We need I have a computer upstairs. I could also just maybe look at what I need for a laptop, unless that's, yeah, let's just make a laptop. Gold, copper, and electrum. Electrum. Okay. Let's get some water. Several streams from now, he's going to need 2 more O2 filters, and forget those are in the shelves and just make more. I hate that you are 1000% correct. That is what is going to happen. I can't even argue with that fact of life. Here, let me move this. Yeah. Yes, that is the truer words have never been spoken. All right, here we wanted gold and copper. We got gold. We got copper. Let's throw this stuff up here. Let's finish setting up our water bottle refill because we're starting to run low on water. Oh, that is power. Okay, yeah. Alright, and now let's grab some of these pipes and wrench. There we go. I don't know how much water I have left upstairs, but we will find out later. Ooh, the amount of time that it's taking to fill that up makes me think specifically that we are out of water, which is not great because of plants. Okay, one thing at a time. First thing, I'm gonna go use the restroom. Then we're gonna go finish setting up our oxygen tank so that way I can refill, and then after that I'm going to go mining to make sure that we don't run out of water for our plants and get more oxide and whatnot. All right, be back in just a sec. Okay, now I can think a little bit better. All right, let's get back into it. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. All right. Let us continue. We were going to go set up the pipe utility to refill our oxygen tank. And I also have, I think in here, I have a little bit of oxide. I'm going to need more for sure. But that's what we got right now. When you are alone in space, uh, when you are alone in space, a shower in the middle of the room is a sane decision. I was reading. I was also reading. I love that using the water line for more things. That shower placement is becoming increasingly not temporary. No, still super temporary. But I probably will like the pipe that's coming down. Admittedly, this pipe I don't love. Just kind of out and about like this. But having that pipe come down that wall, I don't hate. All right, let's first put the filters in here and here. And then let's turn on the ice crusher and set up the oxide in there. It's like I throw the nitrice in there and we just freaking blow up. All right, let's get the tank filler going. Okay. I do understand that this is a terrible place for this because this is outside, and so I have to take my air tank out to do this while I'm outside. That's why I do want it to be inside of my base. But as it stands right now, beggars can't be choosers. So the question is, because I have this tank, I think I need to put a I think I might actually need to put a pump on this setup for it to work, because if I just put my tank in that tank fill right now, all it's going to happen is going to depressurize my tank, and it's going to put it in the big tank over there. That's not what I want. All right, I think I am going to need to go grab a volume pump to get that going. Next to the furnace too. Now we're cooking with gas. Literally. Yes. We are. Alright, I don't have any more ice, so I'll just leave that in here. Volume pump. I'm just gonna look this up. The volume pump scares me so much. I'm gonna see, like, how do I Okay. In Stationeers, a volume pump moves gas and liquid based on the set flow rate, liters per tick, rather than pressure, acting as an adjustable valve requiring AC-10 logic for precise pressure control by managing the P equals nRT over V. Pressure equals moles times gas constant times temperature over volume. Okay, so I can do a volume pump, but then there's also something called a pressure regulator. Pressure regulator. So there's not a pressure pump, but controlling the flow of gas between two pipe networks, pressure regulators shift gas until a set. Oh, it is a pump. It just isn't called a pump. It'll shift gas until a set pressure on the outlet side is achieved or the gas supply is exhausted. That's what I want. That's what I want. Shifts gas until a set pressure on the outlet side is achieved. Okay. Well, cool. Oh yeah, I forgot about the laptop I just printed. There we go. Pressure regulator. Iron, gold, and copper. Okay. All right. Perfect. So now the question is, what pressure do we want to achieve? Because I have to use a pipe network. I don't think I can plug. Can I plug the? So, okay, so here's the thing that I'm trying to work out, right? So, the pressure regulator, based off of the information I just read, seems like the thing that we want because it will take gas from one side of the network and put it in the other until it gets to a certain pressure that we define. Perfect. That's exactly what I want to stop from blowing up, which means I wouldn't have to do IC10 for this specific part of the process. That being said, in order to pressurize the well, let me finish my thought and then I'll tell you what I think I just figured out. In order to pressurize the outlet side, I have to have enough pressure to obviously pressurize my tank. But the problem is that the pressure that I can have inside of my tank and the pressure of the pipes, I don't know which one is higher because the pipes can go to 60 MPa. I don't know what the canister can do. But what I think I might have just realized is that I think we don't turn the pressure regulator on until we have a tank inside of that oxygen tank fill, and then at that point we turn on the pressure regulator, and then it doesn't matter because the tank becomes part of the pipe network. When you turn on that regulator, it's going to fill up that canister. Let's see a canister, and I have a smart canister for my oxygen. Max pressure is pipe. Just a normal pipe. Normal pipe. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I might be worried for nothing. And volume is 10 liters for those. What about volume for the canister? Is 64 liters. Okay. So theoretically, if I had 6 pipes and I got them to 20 kPa, and the pipe network safety ceiling is 60. No, not 20 kPa, 20,000 kPa or 20 MPa, and the ceiling for the pipes is 60 MPa. We would be fine, and it would fill it up instantly. But you wouldn't want 6 because you need to go under the 20 limit. You want to be probably pretty far under that. Yeah. So as you were saying, you can set it to 18 and it should work fine. Yeah, I might even set it to we haven't even gotten close so far to having 18 inside of our gas canister. I might even set it to like 15 because I'm so paranoid about explosions. Okay, so that should be fine. Should be, right? All right, let's turn these off. Put that there. I will come back for the laptop and the IC housing because with this pressure regulator, I might not need it right this second. Do I have cables? I do, but not very many. Let's grab more of those. And you know what might be nice? Just so we're even more on the safe side, why don't we print out a second gas canister? So if anything does happen and it blows up or something weird happens, or even just in the best case scenario, I don't want to be suffocating while I'm trying to deal with atmospherics, we have a second can. And I'm not just pulling the one out of my suit and hoping all goes well. That seems like a big brain move. All right, let's drink some more water. And let's go set this up. I imagine my caution is boring, but I have put a good amount of effort at this point into this base. I really do not want to have to restart. All right, let's do this. Take that out. Take that out. Alright, so this is where we're going to put our pressure regulator. And then we'll go like this. So that's 1, 2, 3. That should be fine. And I'll just leave it on the ground for whatever. Pressure regulator. See what I'm saying? This is exactly the situation in which you want it to be able to mirror. not ideal, but it is the way of the world. Let's do it. I mean, I don't hate that it's looking at me, so I can easily see this. Let's set this to... That's 2 MPA. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I enjoy watching the building side of your content. Definitely fun to watch. Well, thank you, Ron Wayne Official. I appreciate it. I'm going to set it to 12 right now, and I'm also just going to count digits. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 digits. 5 digits. And I am going to, for paranoia's sake alone, when we look at the pressure here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 digits, and we can have a maximum pressure of 60. I have set the maximum pressure to 12 MPa. This should have absolutely no problems, and I set it to a point where these have 10 liters, and there's 1, 2, 3 of them. This can fill 64. I think safety. Safety is what I'm after. And this is, if I can get this down and feel confident, then it will give me more confidence when it comes to dealing with volatiles and fuel and mixture and stuff like that. I really don't love this cable situation I have to deal with right here. Okay, there we go. I doubt I even have the amount necessary in here, but let's see. Yeah, I highly doubt it, but let's try it out. I know that it's moving pretty slowly, likely because of how much oxygen we actually have in the system, but I'm not mad about it. You can use the labeler. Oh, I did not think that. I actually think I put my labeler back in the base. I guess I didn't really know that. Thank you. Yeah, that's all we're getting. Oh no, it is still going up. We might be able to get to 12, actually. Looking at the moles that we have. All right, so while that continues to fill, I want to actually kind of guesstimate to see how off my brain is for this. Okay, so I have 3 pipes, right?
Filter low.
Each with 10 liters inside, and I'm setting them to a pressure of 12 MPa. I do not know the exact formula, although I do think I looked it up earlier. So that should be 30 liters at 12 MPa. The canister can take 64 liters. And it has a maximum fill value of like 20 MPa. Um, when we look in the suit and we look at this, right? It only gives us the pressure reading and I guess the temperature reading, but it doesn't give us the the liters. It doesn't give us a volume. I would probably have to pull it out of my suit and look at it with my thing there. But I'm wondering like what formula I need to look into to make it so I set the pressure to be like nearly perfect so I can just pop it in, pop it out. You can use the inline tanks on the filler side of the regulator. That is a good point. I think I need to figure out like what the I mean, I guess if I just did let's see, hold on. Okay, so we got to the 12. We're good. Let's look at what you were saying. If I take one of these utilities, how much can this it doesn't tell me there. Okay. Inline gas tank storage. This has a 100 liter volume. That is quite a lot for what it is. So this is exactly why I am weary of this, because if I get 12 MPa in a volume space of 100 liters, if I throw my smart canister into that, kaboom. However, I am now realizing that the pressure regulator it doesn't sit on a pipe. It counts as its own pipe. If the pressure regulator is the last thing on the pipe network before the tank fill, then I wonder if that pressure regulator, like it won't, I mean, I guess I don't even have to worry about the pipe itself. So I can pressurize the spot before it. What am I even saying, man? I don't know. Let's take a look. Let's take a look because I'm confusing myself at this point. We have 30 liters at 12 MPa. Let's take a look at what it does to this gas canister. So now we are at 4. So 30 liters at 12 MPa gave our 64 liter can 3 MPa worth of pressure. Now the cool thing is, and it's taking a long time, but the cool thing is that now that this is added to the pipe network, that pressure regulator will fill this. It's just going to take time. And I want it to be faster, but I in this current circumstance, I will not be super choosy with it. The smart canisters upper limit is 20 MPa. The pipes are 60 MPa. But it's not quite as simple as setting that to 20 and going from there. Admittedly, in this circumstance, now that we've tested it, I could set that to 20 and it would be fine because the liters, like the pipe's upper limit is 60 MPa, so it's not going to cause any issues, and then it would only fill this up probably to like 5 or 6. Right. Yeah, yeah. Everything on So reading what Molly D said, everything on the pipe network, regardless of volume, should be below 12 MPa on that network beyond the regulator. When you put your empty tank in, it will drop pressure because it has more volume. Naturally. The uh the You know what? Rather than continuing to beat this dead horse, I think I'm just gonna move on. Um, and maybe I can come back and explain kind of what my thought here is. Um, I am trying to figure out at what pressure I should keep those three pipes in order to put the gas canister in and get it to like 15 MPa quickly. Right now it's going to go up to 12 because it's currently sitting inside, and maybe that's just the way that we do it for now. I just come over here and I swap whatever tank is inside of here, and in which case I could turn this up to 15. In fact, that is what I'm going to do. I don't have my labeler, but yeah, I'll set this to 15. And then it will just slowly fill this up until it gets to that 15. But yeah. Okay. While that's working on that, I'm going to put this stuff back and I'm going to get ready to go out on a mining trip. So I can get ice for our greenhouse, and so I can get more oxide to fill up the tanks. So let's put our pipes back over here. Let's put that back in there, this in there, that in there. I have my mining drill. It's doing okay on battery. Let's put back this ice crusher. And let's grab yeah, let's grab our mining backpacks. I'll throw this one on. I think that I would like to bring my duct tape with me though, because I'm always paranoid about that. So we'll bring the duct tape. I have my mining thing. We'll take this off. Grab this on the side. And let's put my mining belt on, and what do I need to make a mining belt Mark II? Oh, it's just more ore slots. I thought there was like one or two of these slots that would be available for other stuff. Okay. Let's turn that off. Let's we'll swap out batteries when we go back upstairs. Let's swap from the atmospheric atmo analyzer to the tracker and the ore scanner. Okay. Make sure to eat before we leave. I am going to need more potatoes. Now that we're getting our oxygen stuff set up, I should also I have more oxide I can melt. That's great. Now that we're getting this stuff set up, I kind of want to start setting up my suit storage, so that way I can just drop my stuff in there. It'll charge the batteries. It'll it'll refill my tanks. It'll do everything I need, and that will be really nice. And how's the battery on this? Let's just swap it out. So we're hundreds on everything. Cycle to exterior. Alright, and how are we doing on this? We're at 12. I think we'll just take 12 for the time being. We'll let it fill this one up. And let's drop in this oxide right there. Let's go mining. Hello, the Geekist. Welcome to the stream. We are about to go mining. We are looking for oxide and ice. Oh, 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 oh. That was a heavy fall. I think that's, yeah, that's nitrogen ice, which I think I have a little bit of that. Yeah, I almost have 2 stacks, but let's just make it a solid 2 stacks. And then some. What do we got right there? More of that. That's something else. Is that... Oh, that's silicon next to it. Uh, 12 is more than the capacity of the starter tank. You're fine. Yeah.
Waste tank caution.
I thought that was a warning to say that it was gonna blow up, and I was like, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the smart canister is 20. All right, here we go. We got some oxide. Let's swap out my thing here. Make sure I see. Really, it was just that on just on the surface? Kind of lame. Oh. Okay, I thought I was out of flares. Still not seeing much. That's iron. Coal oxide. Sweet. Is that oxide over there and I missed it, or is that cobalt? Ooh, the flares are kind of cool. Going back up to my base up there. That's neat. It's lead. Do you have a beacon on? Yes, I have been leaving the beacon on for the whole time. Wait, did I just see your CO2 filter almost being dead? Yeah, one of them's dead, one of them's at 20, and I still have one at 100%. So we will be fine for this thing. Fortunately, it does tell us, like, it gives us a thing where it says your canisters are low. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get more of that right now. Ah, well, might as well. Um, Alright, that should be plenty for the time being. Plenty. Mm-hmm. You're set up pretty stable for long term. Yeah, I think we're kind of getting in a good spot here. What I'm doing right now is I'm kind of working on improving systems and wanting to get set up for the advanced furnace so we can get the higher tier alloys. We can start making like hard suits and a bunch of other fun stuff. And then I want to get into like trading and fun things like that. And deep mining and the centrifuge. And yeah. We're also gonna set up the fridge because we're getting nitrogen, and so we're gonna cool the nitrogen and use that to pump gas into the fridge. It'll be good. Okay. Now that the sun's coming out, let's turn off my light here. And let's see if we can find any like actual water ice, because I haven't seen that yet. Wow, it is so much easier to mine during the day. Wow. Hey, is that water ice over there that I see? This is great. I also want to I want to work on the garage, and I want to get my rover going. And then we can have a rover with some crates on it, and no, that's silicon. Yeah, we'll get a rover with some crates on it, and so when we go on these mining trips, it'll be easy to just kind of plop things in those crates. Does anyone know? I like in the thumbnails of a lot of the like artwork from Stationeers, they have a rover that's actually, it looks like it has a cab that is pressurized. The only rover I've interacted with, I think might be the Mark 1. And that one is open. But they have a, like, in a lot of the pictures and stuff, they have one that's pressurized. Because I've been thinking about this a lot when it comes to needing to, in order to get the achievements that are like discover all of the POIs on a certain spot, you have to travel quite a bit. And I think in order to do that, in order for you to be able to like eat and drink, if you don't have a pressurized spot to travel, I don't really know how to accomplish that goal without starting a new playthrough in one of the other locations, which my intention in this series is to try to get as many of the achievements done in one save. That's the old broken one for years that they removed. I think they only put a rover back in last year, I believe. Yeah, I think with the terrain update, they brought the one rover back, but I was kind of holding out hope that they would put the other one back in as well. Yeah, I don't really quite know. Am I just gonna need to bring like an incredible amount of healing pills so that way every time I have to drink water and fill up my food bar, I have to take one of those healing pills? I don't know. We're not quite there yet, and I don't know if Mars has one of those achievements. Let's just get the gold since we're here and I'm getting it on accident anyway. I have the space for it. Cool. That's a good amount of ice there. Let me swap out this for the gold, and I'll also take the iron ore out of here and the silver. Yep. I guess there's no real good reason why not to grab other stuff while I'm out, right? Like, let's just fill up this backpack. Okay, drop that. Portable stuff to set up temp shelters? Question mark. Throw up a 2x2, fill it with Atmo from a portable unit, then pack it back up again. I guess, yeah. That really sucks, but I think that might be the way to do it. That or the pill thing. Yeah, maybe the way to it's like a combo of the both. It's like because you need to drink so much more often than you need to eat, especially when we get like higher tier food. Oh, what did I get? Have a potato plant die. Oh, cool. Speaking of needing to eat, all right. Well, we're going home. I got an achievement just now for letting one of my plants die, which is not great because I need those to eat. I still think I have one cereal bar as a backup, but that's not what I was hoping to hear just now. Because I think we're out of water. Oh, dude, if all of my potato plants die, if all of my potato plants are dead, I might be screwed actually, because I don't know if I have any backup seeds. I might have like one last potato in my storage. Could you imagine? That would be the dumbest thing. I would have to immediately change gears to call down a trader. That would be what a way to end a run. Yeah. I swear if all of my potato plants died, the reason that they all died is because of that stupid shower. And that would kill me. That would kill me, man. I would be so so upset. Okay, all right, let's assess that all of them are gone. Oh no, they just didn't render in. Thank goodness. Oh my goodness. I had a mini heart attack just now. Okay. Okay, even the potato is dead. Clear potato. All right, this one's almost dead. Let's harvest the seeds. Okay, perfect. We've immediately made it so we are not going to perish. All right, we're doing fine. Potato is dead. Potato is dead. It's dead. Why is it dead? I'm assuming water, but let's just make sure I don't replant not knowing that that is the answer. Just says dead. I think water is a pretty solid assumption because it is currently 27 degrees in here, and I'll bring my Atmo analyzer in a second to see about the... Oh, I don't even need to do that. Let's just plant one of these seeds. Well, and also let's start melting this. Come on. Come on. Potatoes in darkness. Nope, wrong one. This one. It is... How are we doing as far as breathing goes? Carbon dioxide, 82%. We're good. We're good on carbon dioxide. So yeah, it definitely was the lack of water, which, you know, makes sense for plants. All right. We will continue to come back in here. I should probably make some chutes so that way it will just keep feeding in there. I'm going to have some, I'm going to keep some potato reserves, or seed reserves. Just in case we run into a situation like this again. So I'm going to plant 3 of these. We'll get some potatoes out of that. Didn't I get 2 seeds? Where did my other one go? Am I crazy? Did you guys see me get 2 seeds? I guess I'll turn on my light for a second. I just know that the plants don't love being overexposed to light. Oh, I planted one of the seeds and then okay. Good gravy. I was losing my mind. All right. Let's grab the tablet back. Yeah. Thank you. Whew. All right, we have a backup seed. So That way I don't have that panic attack again. All right, that is doing good. We can turn this off. Let's throw... We can turn my light back on so we can start seeing stuff. And I can start throwing the oxide in here. Okay, and let's run downstairs and
Hunger caution.
deal with our hunger and our thirst. Feeling good. Feeling good. We're all fine. Everything is just dandy. And I will put this sacred potato seed. Actually, we're keeping our food stores over here. Yeah, I didn't even have a backup potato down here. Oh, I am gonna keep this also backup cereal bar. Because now that I've experienced that, I am more paranoid than ever.
Hydration critical.
Not anymore. Let's close that. Roasty toast a potato. And we're doing good. We're doing just dandy. Okay. Yeah. Oh. You know what? Let's find a better spot for that yellow backup crate. Let's just plop it down right here. This is, and I have red, so I'm gonna spray paint that to be my red emergency crate. Let's grab this, put that there, and inside of my red emergency crate, I'm going to put this potato seed. Probably going to want a few more than just one, but we will start with the one. I'll have my backup water bottles and this half-eaten cereal bar. And yeah, that's what we'll have in there for now. Now I have these extra oxygen filters. I wanted to get myself some medium CO2 filters. Let's go medium CO2, silver, Constantin. That's one. And I think that'll be fine for the time being, too. And we will... I think I'm just gonna feed these to the stormfish, if you catch my drift. Somebody was said that the other day, and it really made me laugh. I think I asked, like, what do you do with your filters that are not working anymore? And somebody said, empty filters are food for the stormfish. All right. Another thing that I want to look up is, so the high volume gas canister. I feel like this would be a pretty solid waste canister. Like you would not have to vent that very frequently, which would be nice. Can I put this canister in my... I don't know why you wouldn't, but I don't know. Let's see. Hopefully I can put that in my... Where do you make the high capacity canister? The high volume gas canister. Oh, that's not... Can you not... Is this not constructible? Insulated canister package. This one, how to manufacture. This one does not have how you manufacture. Maybe I can't do it yet. I'd print off another O2 waste and propellant tank. I think that's probably a good call. Yeah, unless you make it in a different printer, I can't imagine you make the high volume canister in here. Nope. Yeah, I don't think you can make it. I think it's not actually implemented yet. Alright, here's what I am going to do. I'm going to take this backpack, throw it in there. Take this jetpack, put it back on. Yeah, jetpack is low. I'm going to... Okay, so propellant is green and waste tank is just yellow. So I'm going to swap out this canister for this waste tank. This is just going to be... This is going to be my backup waste tank. That one I'm going to paint green, so I need to get green spray paint. This is going to be my new propellant tank, but I don't currently have stuff set up for that. I don't have a tank refill for my propellant. So that will be something that I set up here in just a second. Same way we did the other tank. Okay. Let me think for a second while that car revs its engine outside. Okay, so we have the O2 refill. Here, let me pull up the to-do list here for you guys. Okay, so we have the O2 refill. Now that I have a pretty significant storage currently of hot water, because it only takes a single liter to get you to the 150. All right, let's get the Atmo analyzer and get this one. Yeah, we're at 40 degrees C. So I can take a shower and not have to worry about liquid stuff for a minute. So let's do that really fast. Get that movement speed bonus. Excuse me, sir. Why am I not getting a bonus? That's not the reason why, but there we go. Nice. Okay. And we still have 19 liters of hot water. Totally good. We have the O2 tank. Let's get some chutes so that way we can fill up the excuse me. We can fill like a queue
Jetpack low.
for the it's for the ice. And I'm also curious, does the ice crusher have an internal pressure safety limit? I have my configuration on my tablet, so I can check that out, see if that is the case. All right, let's grab these. We'll throw them away. Turn this off. Turn that off. Grab that. All right, we're going to want some more pipes, obviously. We are going to want utility gas. We're going to want atmospherics and an ice crusher and cable. And a passive vent. And 2 nitrogen filters. But I will settle for 1 for now. And I'll set up the chutes a little bit later. Okay. And let's drink some more water. All right. Close helmet. Turn off this light. Cycle to outside. Chutes for the ice crusher, greenhouse oxide. Yes, yes. I will work on the chutes here in a minute. Let's take a look in here. We have so it says the liter capacity, but it doesn't say the pressure capacity, which is kind of annoying. Tank insulated. What? Tank small insulated. Internal pressure of 60 kPa. But it does 6,000 liters, so we are doing fine. Cause yeah, we're not even anywhere close to that. Which I didn't suspect that we were. I wanted to know the number, so at some point it will probably be wise to set up a thing where if the pressure, like a pressure release valve, if the pressure inside the tank is too high, offload it somewhere else. All right, or just vent it out. Previous. Let's see. Required power on, ratio maximum setting, reference ID. I'm assuming setting is the melting Celsius. Maximum is 1000. I don't know what that is. Oh, here we go. Ice crusher status contains that. Will heat if below this. Internal atmosphere pressure. I won't worry about it right this second. I'm back. What did I miss? Yeah, some of my potatoes. Most of my potatoes died. But it's because we were out of water because of our dang shower. So dumb. All right, let's throw some water in, more water in our tank here. Okay. All right. So the next system I'm going to set up is the same kind of deal, but it's going to be filtering nitrogen out of the nitrice. And then it's just going to vent the very dangerous nitrous. Because I currently do not want to mess with that even a little bit. At some point, I kind of have to, because that is one of the achievements, is to power a welder with nitrous, with NOS. But it's that's not something I am currently looking forward to doing right at this juncture. All right, so let's set up this kit atmospheric, same kind of deal. And you know what's great is having I am absolutely going to make a very long pipe that takes the NOS somewhere else that is not near my furnace. All right, I need to swap where these cables are going so I can plop down my other one. Let's sad. Oh, I think that was something you said that earlier when we were talking about potatoes, not when I was talking about trying to be cautious. Okay, so let's grab the oxite, throw some more in there, and let's turn on my portable light here. Okay, let's grab my atmospherics kit now. Yeah. All right, and get my cable coils and my screwdriver. And let's Trying to think how I want to set up this pipe that just leads away from my base. I think I'm going to go like this. Grab these and let's drop it down, and this way. I just go away, go away, go away. And I do need a, in order to use the passive vent, I do need a frame to do that. So I'm gonna go grab some of those. Vent nitrous into furnace. No, 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 no. That is what we call a bad idea. Bad idea.
Jetpack low.
Alright, so I also am going to need a another pressure regulator. And I think more pipes, which I do have. And sure, why not, an iron frame. And some iron sheets so I can weld it. And let's also grab the labeler, because we learned that the labeler can be helpful when setting a pressure regulator or other such things. And let's finally grab the red spray paint so I always remember that it is dangerous. You can use a cowl instead of a passive vent. Yes, I could use a cowl. However, so far when I've been using cowls, I have noticed that they are much slower at releasing gas than the passive vent. And as I am currently being incredibly cautious, I'd rather just have the passive vent. Oh, let's grab that and I think my steel sheet that was here, I got it lives with the voxels now. I don't know what happened to it, but I'll have to go get some more. Okay, let's grab this iron frame. And yes, I'm going to put that there. Let's grab more of these. And I also kind of like the idea that I can use this iron frame as like a shield. um, I think at this point, like the safety features are maybe overkill, but I I like it. I'm literally not even going to see this, and yet, oops, and yet my brain tells me I literally have to go in and paint that one. All right, let's grab this. Kind of wish I didn't paint that red. That was an accident. But now it really, really paints the picture that we're going for. All right, let's throw these down into the airlock, as well as these. And now that's going over there. Let's put the... Didn't I bring up a nitrogen filter? Yeah. Nitrogen filter in there. And... here's a little trick, because I didn't bring my black spray paint out here. If you grab whatever thing that you've already colored and you have that as like the base stack and you add more to it, it'll add the color. Or you could build a tower of frames and have the pipe go to the top like a flare stack on an oil rig. I think that that's what we're going to be doing with the furnace for sure. Yeah. But yeah, right now with the nitrous, with the stuff, I don't think I'm going to be doing that, especially since I already did it. Okay. I am going to be moving the furnace, and it seems like now might be a good time anyway. So let's do that. And I'm going to want to replace it soon with the advanced furnace anyway, because that is kind of what we're working towards. I do still need another tank set up for the volatiles. These together. Oh, there's that steel sheet. Hey. Cool. Okay, and we will... what do I need to take this apart? Angle grinder. And a crowbar. There we go. Just for now, and just in case a thing comes up, a storm. All right, I'm gonna go get more steel frames, but let's just set up what we have so I don't have to keep running around with a full inventory. So I put that one like in the same plane as this. So let's just like that. Welding torch, iron sheet. It's the danger zone. Oh, that's not what I wanted. And I put it backwards. Okay. There it is. What is it? Welding torch. Cool. All right, and let's have this pipe come out of here, go down, like that, and like that. And let's set up. Oh. There. And like that. And then finally, I need to also add in a tank fill like this one, but I'm trying to think like where the best place for that would be. Maybe I should do green for these. I'm doing black because that's what the filter is, but because it is propellant, like it is what I'm going to be using for that, I should just use green. Somebody said that earlier and I disagreed, and you were right and I was wrong. And I think I'm just going to have it come out this way. Don't really have a better plan here. I think, yeah. I don't love it.
Hydration critical.
Okay, and this is where the pressure regulator is going to go. Again, I cannot emphasize enough how much I don't love it. But let's make it work, and then we can kind of try to pretty it up a little bit. I have been playing without my jetpack for far too long. Okay, I have another pressure regulator. Wait, somebody said that I could use the labeler to change. Oh, do I have to? There we go. You were right. So it would be, let's just set it to 15,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Wait. Just triple checking. All right. Let's turn this on. Let's set this up. And yeah. All right, turn that on. Throw in some of this. It's coming through. Turn this on. The output is going into this pipe. This is going to be. I can check all of that, making sure that that's true. Oh, this isn't on. No, it was. It just isn't plugged in. I'm going to turn that off for now. How about that? Okay, that's turned on now. So... Oh, no. We have... Okay. It is currently a liquid, but it's turning... I feel like it's turning back into a gas. No, it's not. Wait, is it? It's fluctuating. I don't love that because if the pipes burst because there's liquid in there, that would be not good. Should I put a passive liquid drain? But I don't know if I want liquid nitrous on my thing. Okay. Well, once it's done, we're at 3% stress because of the liquid, and now it's going down and we're doing okay. Yeah, I think that maybe I need to put some kind of like thing to where if it turns into a liquid, it just bypasses and it just goes directly into this, and then I can put a passive liquid drain over there as well. Yeah. Yeah, that is a liquid. In there. Okay, how are we doing on this? So this is, you know, we're doing stuff. Throw more oxide in there. Let's turn this pressure regulator on, and this should start filling up, and we will have our jetpack once again. Okay. Let's open. And let's run and drink some water. Weird, man. Yeah, the pressure and everything phase change just kind of racks my brain a little bit. All right, let's take a look here and see about, there's like a liquid pumps gas into a liquid pipe in order to raise the pressure. Not what I want. There's a passive liquid drain, but I don't want that near me. So it's like I want a one-way valve for liquids. That seems like the thing that I want. So if it's a liquid, it goes through that valve, and then I can... Oh, but... Okay, no, that's the problem with that one is that doesn't attach to a gas pipe. Okay, let's see. So there's a passive liquid, active liquid, and passive liquid. So as it stands right now, the only thing that I saw was the pressure valve pumps gas into a liquid pipe in order to raise the pressure. But that's not what I want to do. It's not what I want to do. I want to drain the liquid out of the inlet to the filtration system. Because what I don't want to have happen is uh I don't want to set up a chute that has a bunch of nitrice um in it as like a buffer, and then it overloads that pipe under stress because it's not supposed to have liquid in it, and then it breaks, and then my nitrogen and all of that liquid NOS pours out of that pipe and potentially blows up. So the ways around it would be you could either one maybe put like a liquid, or excuse me, a pipe like measuring thing on there. And if you do that, then you could do some coating to where like it turns off the ice crusher if the if a certain amount of liquid or like the stress of the pipe network is too high. The other question is what is the um let's look at phase change of the nitrous oxide. Is that it? No. Yeah, liquid nitrous oxide. Okay, what's the phase change here? Use Celsius. So, it turns into a liquid at pretty low pressure. Yeah, the thing with the thing about the passive drain is, I mean, I guess it would be like trace amounts, right? So, but like I just don't want I don't want this volatile gas just anywhere, like especially if I set this up to be an enclosed space. I don't want this liquid NOS to drop onto the floor and then fill up my space or do anything. Now, it being outside right now, it's not as big of a problem, but it's not like it's not there. Like it will dissipate pretty quickly. But, if I'm like welding and it happens to be in the tile that I'm at, right? So it's like I want it to outlet over um on the other side. Uh do something to the temp of to change it all back to gas. That could be a way to do it. I was actually the solution I was kind of thinking was because we'd have to get it pretty warm. I was thinking, what if we throw a if we throw a inline tank on there, then the pressure should stay lower. Which means that in the time it takes for the filter to work, and then I wouldn't have to that's like a passive solution. I wouldn't have to do any like power management or anything else like that. I'm gonna try that out as a potential solution. I could be very wrong, but we were kind of learning this lesson earlier when we were messing with the other stuff. Utility gas. Air conditioner set to the temp just above where it gasifies. I'm gonna try this this passive like lower pressure by using the tank to see because we only really got to I think 3% stress or maybe 5% stress. So I think I may be overthinking this a little bit, but you have to survive an entire year. And I don't want to deal with screwing up on that. Okay. So we are going to take this. We should be fine because the filter's been going. So let's take a look. Yep, totally empty. We're good. So let's take that out. Like that. And let's go like this. And right here and here, I don't know if I can put my inline tank like that. Will that connect? I guess it does. Okay. So the thought here is that this inline tank, because of its internal volume of 250 liters, the pressure should stay pretty low, because I think it's the pressure that was changing I suppose, and also the negative 46 degrees C. But I think pressure was a contributing factor. And also, when we get to the point where that we insulate by making this into a room, that will also solve the temperature problem. Let's open up the mining backpack again. Let's throw in some more, and let's take a look here and see how much of it is turning into liquid. I think we fixed it. Ah, dang it. Now it's starting to do it again. So the pipes, I'm just going to let it run, see what it does. Pipes get to stress 5%, 6%. 7%, 8%. Wow, it got higher than I thought. I guess I didn't let it run for as long. Alright, I'm turning it off. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I don't think it's a temperature problem because I mean we could heat it up and then that would okay, excuse what I just said. It is a temperature problem. It's both temperature and pressure. What I meant by what I said was the ice crusher heats it. So it's already instead of it being negative 46 C like it is outside right now, inside the pipe it is still warm. Um, like it's room temperature. Uh, Something just blew up because okay, the stress is low now. Did it? Dang it! Did it break? It pop. I think it popped somewhere. This pipe network, and I put the whole thing underground like a genius. I probably should have done insulated tanks on this. Man, all of this just because I wanted a little bit of propellant here. Well, the good news is that we have been getting some jetpack fuel here. So, all right, I gotta rethink my plan with this thing. You can use insulated pipes and set the temp of the ice crusher. I think that is a solid move. Yeah, I think that might be what we need to do. So set the temperature of the ice crusher to be higher. That's as high as it'll go. Which what is 320 Kelvin in Celsius? Or let me just look at the go gases, nitrous oxide. We can just use Kelvin. So at 301 Kelvin, which is about what the ice crusher is doing. This time, don't put the old canister into the high pressure canister filler. That is a great point. I appreciate that call out. Yeah, I think I probably would have accidentally done that again. And that time it would have been there would have been a nitrogen bomb. Uh, okay, so yeah, that's low pressure, man. That's low pressure. So basically it's like we either as was suggested, we either continue to heat it up or we or we find ways to lower the pressure even more, which would be a tank. But the thing is I am actively trying to avoid having a tank of nitrous oxide. But then maybe I'm being too cautious. I definitely don't think I'm being too cautious in the sense of trying not to have this like do what I'm assuming it did with this pipe because I heard something blow up. Um Yeah, I think whatever my solution for this is going to be, it's gonna take more space than this is going to allot here. I mean, so here's the deal. At what point do I just stop trying to solve the problem with pipes and solve the problem with code? Because one sensor, right? Or it's like a pipe. There's a, is it this? There is a thing that will analyzer, pipe analyzer. Yeah, one pipe analyzer would theoretically give me the uh, uh, ratio of nitrous oxide, ratio of liquid nitrous oxide. I could set I could set a threshold limit of a certain amount, and then if that that ratio of liquid nitrous oxide goes above what we want it to be, then it just turns off the ice crusher, and then when it goes away because the vent works pretty quickly, then it will turn back on and continue to crush ice. And then at that point, I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, I just talked myself into it. All right, that's what we're doing. I'm just gonna do IC10 and just fix it right now. Uh, yeah, but again, I don't want the if I do a liquid drain, it will be here, like right, and I don't want it to be here. I want that liquid nitrous oxide somewhere else, and I don't want it around my base. So that's why this is here to bring that all the way over there. That's why I'm not doing the liquid drain. So I think I'm just gonna solve it with code. Solve it with code. And I'm saying that as if it's a negative thing, but honestly, I think it's a positive thing. I think this is a relatively, as far as like stuff goes, this is relatively mild for IC10. And then this will set me up for the future where if I want to do other controls, this will be my controller for these things. So I think ultimately we're good. So we need the housing. Let's put the cowl over here. Oops. Cowl back. Passive vent back. Iron sheets. Get the housing. We need a IC10 chip. Yeah, if pressure, yeah, there's a couple ways that you could do it. If pressure is too much, then turn it off. If there's a certain amount, turn it off. I even think there's a I don't know if network fault but I mean, I think that there might be a readout for if the stress reaches too high for any reason, turn it off, which might be generally the move. Network fault. A test is experiencing a fault such as a pipe burst or failure. Well, okay, but is there a stress? Power, air, pressure, temperature, lock, ratio. Huh, weird that it doesn't have a stress. Okay, well, either way, volume of liquid, the total volume of all liquid in this. So we can do it. All right, so let's get a chip. Do I need a? I think I do. An IC10 editor motherboard for. Iron. Yeah, but it's yummy. Why not have it near the base? I do not want it near the base. Fill directly the base with NOS. No, exactly. Hi, dude. Been a sub for years. It's good to see a face to a voice. Hey, well, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, it's fun to hang out and stream. Nice to meet new people. Even the people that are currently trying to get me killed. We have gold in there. Before we do that, I need the pipe analyzer. Is that in the, from kit, hydraulic pipe bender, cool. Pipe analyzer. I need electrum. Where is my electrum? I need the electrum from here. I need the gold from the other place. Okay. And let's set this to 50 so I can put gold in both. Okay. Wow, I had a lot of stuff in there. Alright, so let's get the electrum that you need, the gold that you need, and the iron that you need. Alright, make me a pipe analyzer. Now you, the gold, and, whoops. Okay. Gold and copper. Great. Thank you. Not what I wanted. Okay. I got an extra one on accident. Alright, now let's get, so I have the IC10 editor motherboard that's going to go in the laptop that I made. Unless you don't need that for the laptop, which is ironic that I printed two things that I do not need. Okay. And then we need an IC integrated chip. We need steel here, electrum, and solder. Okay, make one of those. Let's throw this stuff back up here. Grab some more of this. And we'll throw all of this stuff up there. Okay. Grab that, throw that in the laptop. Awesome. All right, and now, just for the funsies, even though I do think it's going to be relatively simple, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna click this, and then I'm going to swap over to the Stationeers whiteboard of my MIPS programming, and we're gonna kind of think this out. Okay. All right. Oh, what are people saying? We would never try to get you killed. You can ask ChatGPT. It's a great for programming, and it's the sole good use of AI, especially if you don't code or don't want to learn. I do want to learn. I do want to learn. I think for certain things, I think you're right. Um, uh, but yeah, I do kind of want to think this one out. But yeah, definitely in like Stormworks and stuff like that. Like if you're trying to do like a Lua um, interface and stuff, I think using Claude or ChatGPT is probably the move because it's just faster. You can use like yeah. Um, uh, it's not an addiction if you don't admit you have a problem. It's like gambling. Okay, let's think about this. So the problem that I'm trying to solve with this is I want the I want we're gonna take the input is from my network analyzer. That's my pin. Not network analyzer, pipe analyzer. Pipe analyzer. Analyzer? I spelled that right? Okay. And what we are going to get, the logic that we're going to get out of the pipe analyzer, if we go look it up, is we want to get the. I think I'm just going to do the. That's volume, though. That's dumb. What's worse? The volume. The ratio. Probably. Let's just do volume. I think volume of liquid uh, is probably what we're gonna want, and then we're just gonna have to look at it. So volume of liquid. Oh, you guys can't see that because of this. Let me move the Stationpedia like over here for you guys. Is that? Oh, what? What did I just do? Hold please. Technical difficulties. Okay, that hotkey is messing me up with this app. Didn't mess me up before, but seems to be doing so now. Alright, let's try this again. Let me resize this. And yeah, that'll do it. Alright, so volume of liquid. Liquid. Alright. Nope. Doing all sorts of things wrong here. Alright, and then we're going to attach that to there. That's fine. Okay, so that's what we're trying to get out of the pipe analyzer. Then what we want to do from an operation standpoint is we want to say if volume of liquid is greater than x being our variable that we set in the register. So let's try to, these are too big. So this will be register 0, or register, I don't know, register 1. It equals x. We'll set that number, and then we will output. So if it is greater than x, we want to send the off signal. I'm just going to say turn ice crusher off. That's not how it's going to look in the MIPS, but I'm just for my brain. If volume of liquid is greater than x, turn ice crusher off, and then we're going to output that to the ice crusher. Okay, so that's kind of how it's going to end up going. Yeah. If x is greater than or equal to 1 liter, stop ice crusher. If x is less than 0, I don't even think we have to specify the less than. I think because it's a Boolean. It's just if greater than, send signal 0. If less than, send signal 1. It's like whether it's just true or false. Yeah. Okay, so that's kind of how I'm going to approach it here. It'll be relatively simple. And let's go ahead and do it. Let me get some water really fast. It will restart and stop the ice crusher constantly. That is a fair point. But I mean, is that really that big of a problem though? We could put a yield on it, or like a wait, whatever it is, or sleep, I think is the command. But it's really not a huge deal if it stays going. Yeah, I don't really need to like over engineer this here. Okay. Let's do it. So, what we want here is the analyzer. I have to leave the pipe there. All right. Pipe there. Let's go with the analyzer here. I guess I don't really have to see it. I mean, it wouldn't be, I wouldn't be sad if I could see it. Okay, there we go. And let's Set this up. Great. Next up, let's pressure, temperature, capacity, liquid volume 0. Cool. So let's get the IC10 housing. Let's just, I'll probably put this somewhere nicer. Maybe since it's the logic for this set right here, maybe I'll just I think that's a fair place to put it. Okay. Now let's man, there are going to be so many things on here. This might be a situation in which I actually want to use a transformer, not even because of any other reason than to isolate this logic network. Just so I don't have to deal with all of the shenanigans here. Do I have my labeler on me? Okay, yeah. So the things that we're going to want to label here are, this is going to be the nitrize pipe analyzer. This is going to be the ice crusher. The filter, these aren't going to have to be in the logic, so it doesn't really matter right this current second. I mean, for the time being, I could just disconnect the thing from the logic. Yeah, I don't want to go back downstairs and have to grab another thing. I'll just take that off for the time being while we do logic stuff. Okay, let's grab our pins here and let's swap the pin 0 is going to be the ice crusher and pin 1 is going to be the analyzer. Okay. So 0 is the crusher, 1 is the analyzer. Great. Let's grab the laptop. Oh, I do need the motherboard. Ha! It was just in a place I didn't realize.
Jetpack low.
All of we are going to solve this problem first. Am I, like, later on, will I maybe capture it? Maybe will I put it in like a situation where I can use it to make super fuel? Or if I want to use it in my furnace to like make things burn hotter, or if I want to turn it into nitrogen, like, yes, all of those possibilities come later. Right now, I am just wanting to get rid of it, not use it, don't want it to blow me up. All I want is the nitrogen. Later, we can talk about whether or not we want to capture it and do stuff. But that is not where I'm at right now. Not the priority. Not happening. Why? All right, well, let's clean up. Clean up. Everybody clean up. Anyone else grew up with that?
Waste tank caution.
Okay, that's the stuff. I'm having, I'm having, I'm having Helgen flashbacks. Just the, the worst timing ever, and then, just yeah. The weather station sounds now no. Here's the deal. Like, yeah, the weather station would make it so I would have to, like, I would know that it's coming, but it doesn't make the timing any less annoying, right? Yes, I'll probably set one up in the future, especially like when it comes to um going out and mining. The fact that I haven't been caught in a storm while mining is actually pretty nice now that I'm thinking about it. Um, but yeah, no, it's um, oh, so you know what? I think you're totally right. Give me 1 second. Let's do this. Ready? Uh, there you go. The storms. The storms. Always. Wow, this is like my brain. Holy cow. I knew that the music was nostalgic, but this is like sending me, man. Okay. Uh, um, let's see. Can't even think about anything else. I guess we are plugged into the system, so I could hook up my suit here. Because I just don't have the thing. No, it is charging my battery, so we're good. All right. Yeah, we're just waiting. I hope everyone enjoyed that. If we're wondering why I haven't been playing music while I've been playing this game, it's because this one oh man, this song too. Uh it's because this game like requires 100% of my brain power, which isn't saying much. But playing music and trying to like think and play this game, if I wasn't like talking during stream, I could do music and this game like when I'm just playing offline. But reading chat, trying to think of responses, trying to think of how to play the game and solve the problems and do these things, and having music at the same time, at that point, it's too many. All right, we're getting close to the end of stream here. I wanna get this situation sorted. Um, all right, do we have we have this going. I guess while the storm's going, I could theoretically start editing this, right? So, oh no, it pauses outside. I mean, I guess that's fine. Okay, so we have D0. I might have to look at my library to remember. So this is my, okay, yeah, D0. So it's ice crusher is 0. Okay, and then I want to have a what I say, a, let's see, temperature. So this is my, yeah, so when I set this up, this was basically checking to see, like, it was checking to see if the number here was this. So I guess we would have something similar where, yeah, so this is loading from the dial. This was when I was testing it. It's no longer the dial. It uses the, I guess I didn't update this version. Well, either way, this is supposed to actually be from the temperature sensor, but what we're looking for, yeah. So let me just go back here, and what I want is I want to have an alias. Excuse me. Okay. Let's just do this. So we want an alias, and this is going to be a register. This will be the this is going to be the number of the volume of liquid. So I'm just going to call it liquid volume, because if I call it the same thing as the setting that we're actually looking into, it'll screw it up. So we'll call this R1. All right, and then we want to have a start. I hear, like, in tutorials I've done, it says you want to just have a yield. I don't think it's really necessary in this regard, but I'm going to do it anyway. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to load. We're going to write to liquid volume. We're loading from the pipe analyzer, and we are looking for the volume of liquid. Okay, and so what it's doing is it's looking at the pipe analyzer, and it's looking at the volume of liquid, and it's writing this, the output of this, to this variable. We've assigned this as a variable. It's saying whatever this is putting it here, and we will use that as a compare. Okay, next up, we're going to kind of going back to my other one. So it's set less than or set greater than, and this was for the heater and cooler, but I actually don't need to do that. I just have to do it once. So I'm going to do set greater than. And then it's this is where it gets a little harder to remember how. So oh yeah, so this is where it returns a boolean. So we're gonna put it to register 0. We're gonna do liquid volume, and we're going to have this is our value that we want to set for the liquid volume. And if can I press F1 in here? Yeah. So when I go to volume of liquid, the total volume of all liquid in liters in the atmosphere of the pipe. So we'll start with just one liter. And if that seems like it's overkill, we can bring it back down. So 1. And now what we're doing is we're gonna go over here and we're gonna do set the ice crusher on I think it's R0, right? Yeah. No, and I wasn't supposed to actually put set. It was S for set on R0. And then we are going to jump back to the start. How do I do that? J start. And J start. Okay, so all this is going to do, it's going to load from the pipe analyzer the volume of liquid inside, and it's going to save it to the variable liquid volume. Then it's going to do a comparison here, where it's going to look at the variable that we just set, and it's going to say, is this variable greater than the number of liters that we have specified, which is 1? If it is, if this returns true, then it's going to turn it on, which is not what I want because that's going to be a 1. So I need to actually inverse this. Should I do less than? Set less than, then turn it on, which means if it's greater than, it'll turn it off. Yeah, let's do that. That's all I got to do. Set less than. If the volume is less than 1, this will return true, which will turn on the ice crusher. If it is false, then it will turn it off. Pipe can take 1 liter of liquids. Should I set this to lower? Let's do 0.5. 0.3. Let's try that. If it is less, so let me just remember. So if 1 if A is less than B, which is on. And then 0 if otherwise. Yeah. Is that actually going to turn it off though? Yeah, it'll turn off the ice crusher, because if we go in here, right? Let's go ice crusher. Right? So here are the logic states. You can read and write to the on state. Even though it does say on, there's no like on. You don't read to the logic on or off. It's just the state. Either it's a 1 for on or 0 for off. And so yeah, that'll turn it off because we're setting. It says right here. We're setting the ice crusher on state to whatever whatever this is, and this is either a 1 or a 0 based off the set less than. And then I'll jump back to the start. All right, let's export to the code, or to the chip. Okay. See? Not too bad. I need to go run up and grab more potatoes if we have them. I haven't checked on them in a minute. And then plugging this in and getting it to work, I think, is going to be it for today, because it is about that time. Closing time. But you need to write a status, not read it. I did write it. Yeah, look. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, edit. We are loading the information from the pipe analyzer. We are checking to see whether or not the liquid is greater than or less than this 0.3 value and storing it here. And then we are turning the ice crusher state on or off based off of whether this is true or not. And this set instruction is the write instruction. Wait, what? Yeah, because I literally have the same. I have the same exact setup on my temperature thing in the greenhouse. It's set heater on based off of this, or if the temperature is greater than this, set the cooler on. So that's exactly how that works. Okay. Dot 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 dot. I mean, here's the deal. I am not an expert, but the other system is currently working. I didn't reinvent the wheel here. I literally used what it had. But the question that I have is, when I look at this on the integrated circuit editor here, it has a red highlight on 0.3. So I wonder if that can't be if that needs to be an integer, not a float, I think. That sounded like glass shattering. Let's see if I can look at the pipe here, and I want to see if it says, yeah, that's the number of volumes. That's the volume that it can have in there, but I don't know what the volume of water you can have in a pipe before it starts to burst, because I think it is lower than that, but we're gonna find out. I don't do much with Stationeers scripts, but it doesn't sit right with me that it would assume to turn it off if the on conditions aren't met without explicitly stating that path. Well, so the reason it does that, if you look, is that this is an infinite loop. So it's going to flip it on and then flip it back off, and then flip it on and flip it back off, because that 1 and 0 is constantly going to be updating, because it jumps back to the start and reads it again. And so it's like, if it's 1, turn it on. If it's 0, like if that condition isn't met, turn it off. That's why, because it's looping. All right, let's get some water. Let's put our suit back on here.
Waste tank caution.
But I mean, like, all of those things that you guys are talking about, I'm so glad that I'm not upset that you're saying them, because that's how, that's what I keep trying to say. Sometimes people come in and they're just like, MIPS is super easy. And I'm like, it's backwards. It's backwards. It just doesn't, unless you know MIPS, it just feels wrong. And I have a hard time putting my finger on it, and so I'm glad that other people are like, what? What is this? What are you saying? All right, let's see if this thing gets upset about my program here. So ice crusher, analyzer. Well, something. It's not flashing me an error though. That's what's upsetting me. Okay, why don't we just turn this on? Well, it seems like it is controlling the thing. So I can't tell if the button's on or not. Let's turn it off. Oh, it's because it doesn't have power. Because I took the cable. Yeah, you're right. I did cut the power. Thank you. Okay. All right, so let's turn this on and let's check it. Well, immediately already seeing a problem. It doesn't it doesn't look like it's going into this pipe network. Why is it not going into the pipe network? Cool, man. I feel like, didn't this just recently work for us? Like, why is it now all of a sudden it doesn't want to put the ice stuff in there? Because I feel like we I'll have to go back and watch it again, but I'm pretty sure we did this and attempted it. Yeah, let's just... Is that ice water? No, this is nitrice, you see? It highlights over there. Alright, let's do a small one. I mean, now that we have the program, as long as the program works, it... Like, I might not even need this, but that gives it a longer period of time in which it can pump. Okay, so let's turn this back on and let's do some testing now. What? This must be a bug. Yeah, that has to be a bug or something. Okay, I gotta go eat. Okay, this will create 2 potatoes. They're not seeding, unfortunately. So this is not the best time to grab them, but this one's growing poorly towards seeding anyway, so let's just grab 2 potatoes. Replant one of them, go eat this one. And then also while I'm here, I took off my backpack for the water. Do there need to be game ticks in between when the nitrice moves from the crusher to the pipe? If the script is turning it on and off before that happens since the operating... So, no, it's not turning it on and off at the current time because it's not even... The ice and stuff isn't even getting into the pipe network. So, I don't understand why... like, all of the stuff is currently still being stored in the ice crusher. I think I might just have to pick up... I think it's just a bug. I think I have to pick up the ice crusher and replace it. to fix it, which is a little bit of a bummer because I am using I am losing some of the ice that I gathered, but it is what it is. It's not my script. The script is not yet is not yet the problem. It may be a problem, but it's not. The script isn't the problem right now. It is the fact that the pipes just aren't being connected right now. Like I can turn off the script entirely, and the stuff still isn't flowing in. I can yeah, it's just there's an issue there. Like, look, this is currently off, and I can turn this on, and this is not controlling it, and yet it's not going into this pipe network. That is, I'm just kidding. I'm wrong. What? Okay, now let's try it. Is it my script? Did I just... Yo. What? Am I... Wow. Hey guys, it might be my script. You guys called it, and I got after you about it. I don't understand, because when I had it on, it never turned off the ice crusher. It never turned off the ice crusher. It never turned off the ice crusher. I don't get why. What is happening? I am very confused as to what could have possibly... Okay, ice crusher is... Let's just go through this. Ice crusher is D0, pipe analyzer is D1. Let's check it. D1, ice crusher, Z0, ice crusher, D1, analyzer. Okay. Yeah, the only thing that this should do is turn it on or off. Do some sleep. Do some sleep. Okay. Let's try it. Sleep. 0 seconds. Let's do 1 second. No, let's do 2 seconds. And we'll get rid of the yield. Sleep 2 seconds and then run it again. Let's see if that fixes it. I just I'm so confused as to why that would be the case. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. So Molly D thinks that every half a second it's processing the logic while it's also moving the objects through the pipe. If it moves it from the crusher while it's on, then the next tick it turns it off. The object doesn't, because this won't flip on and off in half a second. I get what you're saying. So maybe the sleep is the key here. Okay, let's try this again. So we have the housing on, we have the pipe thing on, we have a sleep on. Let's check it out. See, it's still not. Could it possibly be that it's being could it be that it's because here, you know what, I'm gonna test something. Is this just pulling it through too quickly? Oh, I think that's what it was. Maybe. Okay, but the value isn't changing. The value here is changing. Not the moles, though. What? Okay, it just wasn't updating. Okay, all right. So now let's see. So now what it should do is it gets to 0.3 liters of liquid NOS, and this is on, so we'll see if it turns it off. That's weird that yeah, there was like latency there. But yeah, we have yet to get to the on condition. It's supposed to shut off after the liquid gets to 0.3 liters, which, okay, see, there it did. It did. It just switched off. And now, after the liquid turns back into a gas, which it's, I don't think, going to do on its own because I have to turn this back on to process that stuff. So now it should turn back on. Yep. I don't know what the issue was. Yeah, I don't know why the pipe network just wasn't showing. Oh, maybe it has something to do with the fact that by turning up this temperature here, it's taking longer for it to process to go from here to here. And because of that, this is actually pulling it out of the system faster. Because if I turn this off, then this will start filling up again. And then if I turn this back on, it'll start going down again. So the irony there is that by simply turning up the ice crusher, it seems to have eliminated this problem without the need for the code, because now this pipe is just consistently staying empty. Ironic. Oh, wait, maybe the code is no. Yeah, I think it has something to do with the temperature of the ice crusher. It's like I'm not gonna output the gas until it gets to a certain temperature, and I think that even the ice crusher says that is the case. Operation slowed while heating to that higher temperature. So, okay, so maybe when it gets up to the temperature, then it will go faster, and then the thing will be needed. But yeah, it's because it's going slow. Man, if someone had said something about turning up the temp, you said it, and I did it. I turned up the temperature on the ice crusher. I just didn't want to make a pipe heater for this specific situation. All right, I think that the ice crusher might be at temperature now, and so maybe it's working at its full speed. Do I really just not even need the code? No, it's not yet at temperature. It's not yet at temperature. Turn down the temperature just to see. I think that's a good call. All right, let's turn down temperature and let's throw in some more. Yep. See, turned off because of the 0.3 liters. Turn back on, turn off, waiting 2 seconds. Yeah, it keeps turning on and off. Wow, did it just eat through that like super quickly? Whoa. I mean, I guess it is pretty warm right now. Let's throw in some more. Okay. So, let's see. Gets back up to 3, turns off. And it'll stay off, and it'll stay off. And then, well, that was quick. I mean, I guess, yeah, it did. It went over 3 again, and so it turned it off again. Oh, I guess it ran through that ice. Wow, that's quick. When it's at temperature, it's quick. Yeah, 27% stress though. Well, cause it got up to yeah, it got up to like close to a liter, but I don't think it'll go much higher than that because yeah, see, it just stays around. I mean, I could change the value to like 0.2, but it would just keep turning on and off again. I think in the future I might try to optimize it to where it will also be off if ice is not present, because right now it's just going to stay on because the amount of liquid in the pipes is less than 0.3 liters. Yeah. Yeah, so it's just going to stay on, which admittedly actually isn't the worst case scenario for an ice crusher. I just don't want to waste a bunch of power on keeping it on. So I'm going to turn this off, and then I'm going to turn this off. But the code worked. The code works. And that makes me happy. Pure liquid, what? Pure ice liquid nitrous, because the pipe underneath the ground burst. Oh, good. And that is also something that I will fix next time, because I don't want pure liquid ice nitrous to be here. And then when the sun comes out and it melts it, it turns into a liquid, and then it will spark with some of these cables, and then we'll have another explosion on our hands. How beautiful. But what I will do at the end of this stream, per request, is this. As we are closing things down, since I don't have to think too much anymore, I will swap. Nope, not do that, because I was warned against it. Let's put that in there now. Let's put this in there. And I will paint my nitrogen setup here. No explosion. Yeah, not too upset that there was no explosion, gonna be honest. I gonna do future me a favor here, and I'm going to undo these so I can remember to find out where the pipe failed. Probably somewhere over here, I'd imagine. All right. Well, as the sun rises, as things are working, we have our nitrogen, we have our oxygen. I can refill my jetpack. I can refill my oxygen tank. Yeah, now I just need to set up one for volatiles, and we can get our advanced furnace. I think there is a way. Oh yeah, my solar panels are damaged. Son of a... There's always something. Yeah, if I figure out how to do spectator mode, then we can do a nice little pan out next time. Speaking of next time, let me pause this. Speaking of next time, the plan right now is that we're going to be playing again on Monday, same time, if the weather permits it. Because with the big storms coming in, we may be without power for several days. Hopefully not, but we'll see what ends up happening. Anyway, and then no stream on Tuesday because I'm doing some film stuff with Preds and Rick. So I will catch you guys next time. Thanks for stopping by the stream.